this. Okay. So, and let's get some pictures. There you go. And I am going to get it here. All my extra technology, just because I can't, my computer is this old computer. I got my loudspeaker recharged, so now it's a bit more under control. This one I just need to check out. That was not the right one. Why does that not open that one? Okay. You know that when you just have this perfect moment, I just had that with my dog, and we were just chilling. He was laying on my feet, and we're sitting with a blanket. It's been raining all afternoon and been really cold, raining hard, and then suddenly it was like, oh shoot, it's actually really late, and I need to get my body moving. So that is why I'm not late, but I'm a bit, all over the place. Come on. Thank you. That. Zoom out further. There you go. So before I get going, I just want to show you, we did all this last night, and today I want to do the rest. I did start on this yesterday, but I have done a bit more. So I am quite hopeful that we will get the rest of this section done. But I just want to show you before I get going. Hello, Ola. Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. And welcome. If you have clicked in and this is my soft voice you're hearing, my name is Pia and you have clicked into Pia's Creative Corner. It is Friday, and today we're going to keep on working on what we worked on yesterday. It is this picture Siblings by Anne Stokes, and I bought it at Diamond Art Club. It is a diamond painting picture, so if you're not familiar with what that is, it is kind of paint by numbers, just with where you put, instead of painting, fluid painting, you use this really tiny, teeny, small stones. Come on, focus, focus, give. Come on. Okay, I hope you can see it. There you go. So that is what it is. There you go. And Diamond Art Club is quite a big shop online that sells these amazing pictures and has been existing for a while. They have been developing their product and they have been really good at listening to their customers. So the quality you get there are amazing. I'm not affiliated with them and sponsored or anything. I'm just a big fan of them. So far so good. Things can always change, but I have around 30 pictures or so. I think I have about 30 pictures all in all from Diamond Art Club, and then I have a couple color pictures that are not from them. So, how are you doing today, Ola? I am sort of watching another stream. I'm not watching it per se, but I am there. So if you see my name and I'm not answering, that is why. I am supporting one of my good friends, Rondo, and he's doing diamond painting tonight. So I wanted to be there for him, even though I'm streaming too. So we will see. Um, and he is working on a picture of his own. Actually, he got made as a diamond painting. So that's something really big, I think, to get that far as an artist. Ola, I'm a bit tired today. I have had a afternoon shift. We got a lot of dogs, so we had a lot. We were very busy. Okay, well it's okay. I had set the category instead of crafters and makers. I have set it to just chatting. So I want to see if it meant something, if it wanted to make a big difference for who's stopping by. So that's actually what I was thinking of trying, and I can always change the category if it seems a bit, if it gets too many strange people to stop by. But I think it could be just another way to do it. So. I myself has have a completely relaxed and nice day off today from my work. Why is it my app saying it's that I'm not online? Hang on. There you go. Okay, let's see. Okay, so today is going to be about diamond painting. I think I'm gonna, if I reach the end of the line, so to speak, I'm gonna put the rest of my cover paper on, and depending on what time it is, and I'm gonna do one or two things. Either I'm just gonna keep on moving on the diamond painting, or I'm gonna do the cross stitch. So it's gonna be either or. So yeah, today have been a relaxed day. I have been gaming a bit. I've been playing PlayStation. I'm playing a game there. It's called Genshin Impact, and I have like a hate love uh, relation to it. I think because I kind of love it, but I also hate it sometimes. Um, I'm not a big gamer, so it's not like I do it a lot, but I do like to do it sometimes. And to me, I think the problem is I haven't been like playing PlayStation the whole life, so it's something I do as an adult. And I think there's something with what you learn, your muscle memory is just different when you learn it as a kid or if you learn it as an adult. So me with the controller and all that is a bit of a challenge sometimes. And then just in general, I'm not really good when things are not going my way. So I have had some quests that's been like lying and waiting for me to be high enough level to handle them. So I did today. So that was a really positive experience, I think. So, but then again, I was kind of I stopped at a point where it got a bit too overwhelming. I think in it's a whole storyline that you play through, but I like it because I can step beside the story and just run around and do some daily quests that will still give me experience, so I will get higher levels. So I eventually will be able to solve the quests. So I have some quests that I got from almost the very beginning, but even though I'm only solving them now, I will still get some XP on it. So it's okay, and it's not all that. It's not that important for me. Um, I did find on Twitch some that play the same game, but they are so far ahead of me that it's like just interesting for me to pop in once in a while and see how things are going for them, because I can't, it's not like I can do a comparison or anything, and I'm not that much into the game. I think it's different for me when I do the same thing with World of Warcraft, because I have been playing a lot of World of Warcraft, so I can relate to a lot of the things, and I know about the gameplay and stuff. So that's completely different vibe and approach for me. Okay, um, I think as a beginning here, I'm just gonna go with really the big overlook on the screen, so you're gonna see not so many details about how I work, but more like the whole here. So when I talk, you will see my hand moves, and it's just, I think when I am in just chatting, I think in a way it's more important that is the communication, and I do talk a lot with my hands. So, and I move around a lot. So in that sense, I think it's a bit more. It's a better way to do it. But of course, if there's something I do that you want to see up closer, I will of course adjust the camera. You just say when. So I'm gonna do that. Um, so what I do when I have the energy for it is that I will be like sitting and watching different YouTube videos or Twitch streams, or or play some games and stuff like that. So I did watch some YouTube videos today, and I stumbled across a couple that were it's two young men that have their own horses and do some shows on them and things like that, and even though they're a couple, I don't know them, and I'm like, I don't have anything against them, but just for the approach on it and the way they act, I just preferred one over the other. So it's a good thing both of them actually has their own channel, so they have like they do something together and they do something of their own. Um, and I am, as a person, want to be like, I'm gonna give people a chance, before I put them aside, or don't watch them, for instance. Um, so one of them, the one that I was not that keen, or that it was just the way he was. I think I'm not so much into people that are very much can be very self-centered and have like enough in themselves. I'm like, okay, I will listen to you, but I'm probably not gonna, follow you or subscribe to a channel, but I'll still listen to him, and he had a lot of sensible things to say, but still there were things he said that I'm like, within the horse world, it didn't make sense to me. Um, and the thing that really made me be like, I'm not gonna watch him anymore is, I don't mind people criticizing documentaries or journalism or other people's what they do for a living or whatever. But what I do mind is when people don't do the proper research on the thing they're criticizing, especially when they are taking it out on their platform like YouTube. I don't like that, and it's one of the reasons why I'm not subscribing to him in it. I was about to because I actually think he has some lovely horses, but so does his friend or his roommate or partner. So it's okay. I prefer watching him. I think I'm gonna follow him for a while and see what he has going, and just um, it's just for me. When I watch things like that, I have been watching different and following different influencers and YouTubers, and just to be knowledgeable about that area, not so much just for my own sake, but more for knowing what the kids are watching and what's moving on. Hey, Lily, welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. I hope. How are you today? Welcome back. So, and because I want to be knowledgeable about what the kids are watching, and especially when we had kids were living at home and they were like under our care, so to speak. I thought it was very important to know what is all this social media and YouTube and influencers and Facebook, and how this whole world is kind of um, put together so that you can help them see through all the garbage and find the good stuff. That was my intention in all that. So I have been following an American girl. um I will say, when I do these things, uh I am doing it as me, as a private person, and it was a lot of beauty tips and tricks, and makeup and all that. So it was really like girl things. um I am not so good at keep on following them. I will say I do still support her, but because after I start streaming myself, I got a bit caught up in this world. But it started out as a research for being able to do a good guidance for the young kids, and be knowledgeable about what is going on and how they can be sucked into that world. And I think that maybe that's one of the biggest challenges for a lot of parents in my generation, is because we were like in between. So we have known a world without the whole social media, without chat, without online life. Um, so a lot of people hasn't even been chatting in a chat, or net dating, or all that. And I mean, I've been to some chat parties and met people online, to parties that you have been talking to, and sometimes you get very surprised, I will say. So But most of the time, the people I met was very genuine and sweet and kind and protective and caring too. But of course, there was drama. There will always be drama when there's, when you are in a group, a larger group. So, like there's drama on the social media sites, whenever you have the larger communities. That it is what it is. I'm good. How's everyone trying to meal plan before going to the market tomorrow? Oh, I do that tomorrow because we are grocery shopping on Sundays. So I do a whole a plan for me for dinners for the whole week, for the upcoming week, and then we will be shopping for that. And I will say when we do that, we do save more money because it's like we're not. First of all, when my husband is grocery shopping by himself, which he is 9 out of 10 times, we won't be getting more than what is written on the list. If I'm with him, we do get a bit more. So it's a good thing I'm not that much there. Um, but I will say, for the most part, we do get what we need that one day we shop, and it can, it's only for a week. So the most even fresh vegetables and things like that will actually be good even on Friday. Um, so it's been something that has been recommended by different wise people here in Denmark, to do it, because if you are on a small budget, which we have been all the time we've been together, um, it's just a good way to do it. So you're not tempted to just buy some quick solutions and maybe some more expensive solutions on your way home from work. I do the same. I plan for dinners for 2 weeks. We usually do leftovers for lunches. Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't. I don't have a 8 to 5 job, 9 to 5 job. I work from home 2 of the days, and then one of the day I go to a office in another town. But my husband is on the road most of the day, and he's not very good at packing food. So, and I will say we are not good at having leftovers. I think it's a remnants from when we were kids. Like, you have to eat it all up. We make enough for just for the one dinner. Except when if I do once in a while, I make dinner food in a wok. So in this big wok, you have, like, I do fresh stir fry vegetables and meat, and it's just a quick way to get a really fresh and nice cooked meal. Um, when I do that, I will have leftovers for next day because I tend to do too much. I'm not good at that. Is one thing I'm not good at portion size, but the rest of it is actually quite. We had some a Danish traditional dinner tonight where you get, like, porks in slices, and it's like bacon, but in really thick slices, and then some potato and some gravy, parsley gravy. Yeah, that's a Danish dinner, and we got some broccoli too, because we had some broccoli in the vegetable drawer in the fridge, but that's not usually something that's That's part of it. And it's one of my favorites. So, but yeah, and I just got diagnosed with diabetes too. So we had to do a bit of a change up. We're not changing everything in one switch because it's gonna be something for life. So, but we have been putting a lot more vegetables in, taking a lot of the gravy and the fat out. But once in a while, we do some of the older traditional Danish meals, just because both of us really like them. And then we do the light ones and the modern world ones. And now it sounds really really old, but both me and my husband was raised on traditional Danish food, so it's just something we tend to gravitate to still. Um, and it is a bit more fat. You can do it in light versions, which we do as much as we can, because then we can eat it a bit more. Um, but so, but you do tend to, or we do tend to eat the same. So we have been trying to refresh it a bit. Just one meal here, one recipe there, and then old Danish food is just really good. Yeah, Ulla agrees with me that old Danish food is really good. It is. It's also a bit heavy. So where if you eat too much, you will get you it will hurt your stomach. But and if not something you're used to, your stomach will also be a bit annoyed by it. But it really tastes good, and if you do it the whole way with cream and butter, and it does taste amazing, amazing. But my stomach, when if I do eat things like that, my stomach will be like, yeah, now you can hurt and be grumpy and everything. But so I hope you enjoy it. But so we're not getting it in that version is something we get if we go out to have dinner, and then I will be eating portion size, very very small portions. Just enjoy it, but not too much of it. So yeah. It's better just to enjoy a little, and then be able to do it once in a while than just be like go overboard and never do it. So okay. So the colors I work with on this picture is just my favorite colors, the purple ones. The one I did before with the snow dragon actually had it looked like it looks like it's blue, but it's actually most light blue and purplish colors. So oh, Ulla thinks that this dragon here looks like she's a girl, and she is going to, she has to be named Violet. So we're gonna name her Violet. Our meal plan, a lot of crock pot recipes because I work the evenings and my husband is not the best cook, if I'm being honest. Sounds like a good one. Good solution. Well, I will say when me and my husband we moved in together, he was not the best cook, and he has had to learn out of necessity because my body went on against me and I wasn't able to stand up long enough at one point to do cook. So he had to cook because the kids were small and they needed food. So he actually had to learn how to cook. So I have taught him a lot of what he can, and then being I have been guinea pig for a lot of things he tried to do. So he's actually quite a capable cook today, and he is cooking every time, and he's also, you know, ready to try something new if I find a new recipe or something. So, but I think, but crockpots taste amazing. It's we have one here. It's not like in yeah. It's not in a crock per se like crockpot. Like I was shown how from one of my friends, American friends. She showed what how she had in a special cooker. We don't have that. It's just but we have something that is called, what do we call? Let's see how we translate it in the best way. Oh, let's see. Okay, we can call it that. It's called because my husband is his name is Kai, so Kaj. I think an English version would be Kai. So it's called cat's pot. So and that's just him buying some meat. It actually started by him buying some either from deer or like birds, pheasants or something. So but now it's like more just whatever they have. It can be veal or it could be cow, so it could be whatever meat, and then he would put just a lot of vegetables in, and he seasoned it in a special way that I don't know what's in it. It tastes amazing, and then we get mashed potatoes to it. So it's not something you do often because there are some cream and other things in it that makes it a bit fat. And I like it, and I wanted him to stay doing it his way. So, but we do get it every now and then, and it is a winter thing. So, yeah, but it's an amazing thing, and what I like about it is the fact that you can actually, like you do, you can make it on forehand, and then you can put it in a freezer, for instance, or you can just make it. You can make it in the day, and then it will be ready for your husband when he needs it for dinner in the evening. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to do it that way. Um, we do it a lot in the winter time. When we both my husband and I are like humans that tend to be a bit like hibernating in the winter time. So we like to be indoors and we like to just hang out and be vegetables in the couches. You don't do too much. So and that in that sense, the his part is come in handy and is a bigger part of our dinners than in the summers. And I think for the rest of my life it's gonna be more like something we do in the weekend after now every now and then, but it's not gonna be that much because I can't do it, so unfortunately. But then so and then when it's summer we do a lot of barbecuing. Um, and that can be a little bit of a challenge because I really love corn as boiled corn. Um, we buy them as fresh corn and then you boil them and put butter and salt and then just eat it, and it's tastes amazing, and it's something I'm not gonna have as much as I have been due to my diabetes. So it's something I'm just gonna have once a month or something because it's really not good for me. But I'm not sure I can kind of ditch it completely. It's so it in that sense there will be a lot of things that I have to do, like I can't just stop not eating them completely, so I will have to just um in the first year I think there will be a lot of things I just do less of, and then the next year I can do even less of it, and then eventually I will just don't do it anymore. um and I talked to a colleague of mine that also have diabetes too, and she said one of the most important thing is that you don't try to change too much in the beginning because that's not gonna last. So every couple of things, change them. For instance, couple of meals, do something different, and then just let it be with that, and then you will take the rest later. Um, so yeah, and I will say for the most part we do eat quite good. I would say we could. You always can do things better. So, but in the way where we eat, so we are happy, and my GP said that it was not like I was gonna live out of nothing now just because I got the diabetes too. So I was still gonna do live and be happy, but maybe not in this. I had to find other ways to be happy, um, but it was not like I was gonna do like yeah live out of water and air. That was not the order. So we will see. I have a checkup in 2 months, and then I will have to go and get my blood drawn before that, a week before that, and I have to deliver a urine sample and they test it, and then we're gonna talk about it. Um, how my blood sugar will have been adjusted with the medication I get. My own thinking is I think I need a bit stronger medication. I got the softest version, the smallest dose to begin with, so I think it's gonna be adjusted just a bit, maybe one or two steps up. As it is, like I'm running out of during the day, is how I feel it. So, but it's something I of course need to talk to him about. So yeah, and my dog has just been like, I think my dog is getting more and more annoyed by him being held back. So today I did a bit where I had him in leash, but I threw, for instance, a dummy out in the field where there's very high grass, tall grass, and so he would have to use his nose to search for it. So that's what I'm gonna do for the next week. I'm gonna do that in different variations, but I have to keep him in the leash when I throw things, just because he's not really good at staying, especially if he hasn't been like running off his energy. I'm still a bit, cautious about what I make him do because he is like he does not care, and I am still a bit worried that there might be something that is just that has not healed per se, but like just is in rest now, and but there's not gonna be much to trigger it. So I'm still very paying a very lot of attention to him when he moves and stuff like that. Mhm. So let's see. Okay. So tomorrow I am going out to my horse, and I will say the horses are my other passion. When it comes to animals, I have a lot of passions, to be honest, but when it comes to animals, horses are my other passions. You can hear the birds today. Yeah, they just, oh, that's because they were just having dinner, I think, a late night snack. And I actually think it was the blackbirds you could hear because they are kind of, they are a bit annoying. They will raise the alarm even when there's not alarm reason for alarm to be raised, more than just to either because they are annoyed by the other birds or something. So yeah, I think it was those you hear. I think actually it's quite amazing that you can hear the birds, considering that the window is actually closed and I'm talking and there's a bit of music playing and the mic is still catching the birds. That's actually quite good for the mic, I think. Um, and it's funny what you are noticing and what you're not, because I did hear the birds, but because I'm so used to the noise, I'm not that paying that much attention to it. So, but I like that you can hear the birds. So now you know it's real. It's a real thing. No, so my weekend is I actually got to do most of the laundry today, so I just need to do a bit of cleaning Sunday before my stream there, and then it's gonna be pure relaxing on tomorrow after my trip to the horses. I do go out and ride once a week. 9 out of 10 times it's the Saturday. Depending on if I do book too late, she can be occupied, and it's gonna be another day. It will be probably Sunday or Monday. But for the most part, if I can, I will be try and book a class or a hour of teaching. Me learning. She's gonna teach me. Um, so on Saturdays, and in Saturdays which either 10 or 11 a.m. I think tomorrow actually is quite late because I got a bit late booking. So let's see, I think tomorrow was that, no, tomorrow is 11 o'clock, so it's next Saturday, it's 1 o'clock. Yeah, tomorrow is 11 o'clock. Perfect. um so yeah, and just just to be completely transparent, as I say, it's not my horse. It's just because I have a very special thing going with that horse, and he has completely surrendered to me, and he's still cheeky and stuff like that, but he does things to me, not to me, but together with me that he's not doing with other people. He has we are best pals in the horse world, and that's amazing. It's amazing to get a friendship to a big animal like that. And I really love going out on him, and he's a quite a big horse, so it's actually only something that can be a challenge for me when I get up or get down, because when I'm on him, I don't I don't think too much about how big he is. It's not I have not any thoughts about that. When I'm on him, I'm much more focused on my riding and all that. Um, so so me being on the horse is one of the things that prevent me from having rising pain in my hips and increasing pain in my back. So it's quite helpful, and on top of that, it also do something. The horses do something for me for my mental health too. So it's a two for one solution, I think. And especially the one I am riding, he's so funny, and sometimes I can't just do anything but laugh. So when I'm with him, I'm like, that really deep felt genuine happiness, and I laugh from my heart. It's not just something I do because it is expected of me or the situation is demanding it. It's like more something really heartfelt, and so that is one of the reasons I really enjoyed. I had to have a short break on half a year um, at one point, and it was horrendous, and I really took a tumble on my mental health. So that's why I, I really know how much it does for me to go with the horses. So, and I was saying that when I was at my last back operation a year later, I was on a rehab on on another place in Denmark, and it was a 2 weeks rehab, and you learn how to cope with your new condition and the new way things were. And one of the things I said, because I had been on one before, um, they had kind of the wise people, the scientists has researched them as a result of that research. They were able to prove that uh, pain like it's not just something you can exercise out of. The pain are like depending on how the rest of the human being is. So if your work situation is bad, if you're in the middle of a divorce, if your dog dies, whatever, it all will be a part of you. Your health will decline more and more. On the other hand, in the other end of the scale, if you are having a good work, working at a good place, and you are in a good relationship, you are doing something that makes you genuinely happy, like go up with horses or go have a dog or something, it will help you feel less of the pain. Um, it's not gonna make the pain disappear, but it's gonna be less of a thing in your life. And So that is how why I say that the horses is part of um, my pain coping skills. Like this is also part of my pain coping skills. Um, because when I do diamond paint or I do cross stitch, I am so soaked into the world that the rest of me is like a minor thing. That has a good side and a bad side. The good side is that I don't feel the pain the same way. The bad side is because I get so soaked into that world that I sometimes sit too long, and you know, so that's a balance. But I think it's a good challenge, and it's a good balance to find, um, because it actually does something good for me, you know, at the end of the day. Okay, let's go with that. Oh, whoops. Oh, just gonna stand up a bit. Please stand up and hydrate. It's important to hydrate when you stream. I am so thirsty for stream. So I drink almost a liter of water. Cheers. And I brought some different snacks today. I bought some good snacks and some bad snacks. So I bought these nuts, pistache nuts, and a small bag. And this is my chocolate container where I have raisins in white and dark, like white, light and dark chocolate, and some of these orange sticks, some of my favorites. So these are the snacks I'm gonna snack in today during stream, just because it's Friday. So yeah. So my writing and my animals are very important. I think actually, if I had the money, if for you want to share some of my snacks, well, you're eating Pogengifler, I think it's, isn't it? Cinnamon rolls, I think you could call them. I would guess. They actually taste really good if you put them very shortly in the microwave. So yeah, the my horse is important and my dog is important. My husband is very important. But as I say, if I have had a full time job, if I was able to have a full time job, I would have had a horse. I would have saved money for it, and I would have had a horse. Then there would be other things I wouldn't be doing, and I think I wouldn't be doing this, to be honest. Not in the scale I am today. Um, so, but my reality is a different one. So I don't have a full time job, so I can't afford a horse. But my riding instructor is a sweet, sweet, what do you call it? Not a girl, she's a sweet, sweet woman. Lady sounds like she's old, but she's not. That is a very giving person, and she was like, because as I told her that sometimes I kind of just accidentally call it my horse, even though it's not my horse. And she says, Pia, don't worry, even though it's my name that's on the papers, in our hearts we can own several horses, and I know that Albert and you have something very special going on. And of course he's your horse. When you're here, he's your horse. And that's actually something that kind of blows my mind, is that the horse can be like, well, I only see him once a week, but when I get there, he knows me, and he will look very closely when I pass by him, because he knows before I'm going out on him, I need to go to the bathroom. So he will be stop eating and just closely watch me until I get out from the bathroom again. So he knows who I am, and he knows my voice and everything. So yeah, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. Um, and I would love to write him more. But I don't have the finance for that. I have the finance to do it once a week, and that will have to do. At one point, maybe it's gonna be different, and we're gonna live in a cheaper place, maybe, and our money will, situation will be different, and I will be able to go out more to the horses, and I will be out more on him. But one time is better than no time. Um, and then of course my dog. I've had dogs in my life, my whole life. When I came to Denmark, I'm adopted from South Korea. So when I came to Denmark, my parents, they had, the ones that adopted me, had a small mixed breed dog. She was called Spot, and I think because of a spot she had, I can't remember her, but I've seen pictures of me and her, where she, like, I stood beside her and having, like, holding my hand, or my hand was resting on her back. So um, and then at one point, it was because of my mom, we had animals or dogs in our house, because she was raised in a house filled with animals. Apparently, her dad was a person that always found some kind of stray and took it with him. Like, it could be it could be a sheep, it could be a goat, dog, cat, whatever. He would bring it home. So my mom was all familiar with that sort of life. My dad wasn't, and so it was not something he didn't like, but it wasn't something that was, like, important to him. Um, but at one point, at a place where he worked, someone offered him a German Shepherd, because an old lady was getting too weak and too old, and she couldn't handle it. So he asked mom, and she said, "Well, you know how I feel about dogs," and he was, "Yeah." So she said, "Yeah." He said, "Okay, well, okay." I think he said yes, and we will talk about it. And then when he came home, he had the dog with him, so that was a quick decision. um, so that German Shepherd was a big one. It was a big one, and he was, I think it was 2 years or so. Uh, And what my mom told was that I was a bit intimidated by him in the beginning because he was so larger than the other dog we have had. So she gave me a sausage. So I had like a long thing I could, give the dog. So it wasn't like a small treat I had to carry, but a long thing so he could take a bite at one end and I could still feel safety in the other end of the sausage. So that was a really big success, and we was like bonding over that sausage there. And from that point on, I had no problem, and I felt like I had full control over him. I probably didn't. I wasn't more. I think I was 4 or 5 at that point, so it was not like I was controlling anything, but I thought I was. I remember my mom told me that at one point, shortly after we got the dog, my aunt and uncle came visit, and the dog, of course, he ran out to the door because they rang the bell and the dog barked, and me after the dog, and then I'm just opening the door because I was used to do that. And I held on this dog like in his collar, and I said, "Don't worry, he doesn't bite or something. It's okay, just come in." And they just kept standing there, and my mom came rushing out behind me like, "Oh, it's okay. He's okay. He's not doing anything. He's just one big bug." So, but just imagine, small girl, because I wasn't that big either when I was a girl or a kid. So with a big dog that was almost bigger than me, and just me with that hand in the chain, be like, "Don't worry, he's okay. He's not gonna hurt you." Where's your mom and dad? So yeah, that was how confident I was with that dog. That's for sure. And the other thing was kind of a story, and I do remember that because that was also shortly after we got the dog. We went to the local small grocery, um, and without the dog, and but at that that shop there was another German Shepherd that was tied up, and I just ran over to that German Shepherd and started petting it and talking to it, and my mom almost fainted there. It's like, please don't ever do that. You don't know how the dog would react to you. It might as well just bite my face off because it got scared because some stupid kid come running over to it. So yeah, I would say that as I grow older, I won't say I would have been much better, but I got more respect. I'm not afraid of dog, and I'm never gonna be. Um, but I do respect them more today, and but I also know a lot more about the language, and I'm better at reading the dog, knowing whether is it frightened, is it aggressive, is it does it want to fight, does it want to mate me, whatever whatever is going on in that mind. So yeah, we have our own ones. I grew up with German Shepherds. My mom and dad had German Shepherds until when was the last one? I think when they moved from the big house they had to a really like a senior house, that's where they got rid of the last one. And then they became the dog sitter for all the kids. I had dog, and my big brother had a dog, so whenever we needed someone to take care of a dog, it was like a coordination thing. So yeah, because it was big dogs and they were not capable of being together, or we were not able to make that happen. I think for the most part it had something to do with my big brother, to be honest, but So yeah, and then I've had my own dog since I was, what was I, 24, 23, 24, around that. Yeah, I think it was that. No, it wasn't. 22, because I had it already when we were living in an apartment. 22, I think I got it when I was 22. 21, 22, in that area. I got a mixed breed dog as a adolescent. I think it was around 2 years old, and it was such a sad story. It was a family member of my in-laws that they were not able to have that dog. They should never have had it in the first place. But and I was like visiting, every time I visited them, I was like, "Where's the dog? It's in the room. We can't control it. We can't." I was like, "Okay." And because it's like family, I'm really polite. I'm not gonna bash them or say anything. But I did say to my boyfriend at that point, please talk to your sister. And if it's because that's not the way to have a dog, and it's really cruel to it. So please, and if it's too much for her to handle, then can't we help her? And he was not that much into dogs, so it was much my dog, my project. What we agreed upon was, because it was his sister, he said yes. And then I said, I think just because you never had a dog, it might be a good idea that you would be the one to go to obedience training with it. More than me telling you what to do, you will now get a instructor that has nothing to do with you and me, to tell you what to do. And I think that's a better one. And it was completely 100%, because I was never gonna tell him to do the right thing anyway. So yeah. Um, so the one we have now is my own fourth dog, and then I had um, my husband had a dog when we met, so that dog became a part of my pack too. So it's like I have like a fifth too. Um, so so I had a I think it was a couple of years I had without dog, and then I got a German Shepherd. Um, because the thing is that no matter how much I can be oh yeah, sensible about it, or grown up about it, reasonable about it, it's very hard for me to live without a dog. I know why it could be a good reason not to have one, because I'm very emotional about my dogs, and it's so hard for me when they are sick and when they die and everything. But living without a dog is almost as an impossible thing for me to imagine. It is doable because I have been doing it before, but it should be a really good reason not for. I could do it for a while, but I would probably be, caving in at one point and getting a new one. So yeah, if I'm and we are in a in between period now. Not right now, but I was planning on getting a puppy this year, so we could get like a generation, two generations together. So there would be someone to take his place whenever. But as we plan on selling the house, maybe next year. Um, and we don't know where we're gonna end up living. So we don't know if we are allowed to have a dog or have two dogs. Most rental places are allowing one dog today, but two dogs they're more rare. So that's gonna be that will have to wait, unfortunately, and it's probably going to be something with we're gonna wait until we don't have a dog anymore, and then we're gonna buy a new one. So we're gonna get all the puppy state all over. Ula can't live without a dog either. It's hard when you have to get rid of them and when they're sick. Yeah, it is. It is. It's a tough time because you do take them very close to your heart. I do it, and I think Ula does it too. Um, but so I do get when people are like, no more. I don't want to go through that agony and pain anymore. So I do get it. I also get why I'm probably can't live without. But yeah, it can be that there will be a short stop or pause between the one we have now and the next one. Just due to moving and living conditions and all that. So, but if we're not living a place where we can have a dog, and we will if we sell next year and we're gonna move to a rental place, it's gonna be a place where we can have at least one dog. Um, so, but as things has developed a bit different than we had accounted on this year, so I'm not sure we're gonna sell next year because I'm not sure we have the finances to get it ready for sale this year. So we might have to push everything a year or half a year maybe, um, just to minimize the pressure and the stress. But and I'm not, you know, I want to make the move and I want to make the sale, just because I think it makes a lot of things less stressful. Um, but unfortunately, it's not me who's gonna do the whole getting the house ready for sale thing. It's my husband, and as it is now, he has a lot to think of, and so I don't know if it's gonna be this year. And it's not like I hate living here. I actually like the house and I like the space we have, but so it's more due to the finance and to the fact that my husband does not like living here. And it was more like a decision we made back in the days to surround the kids with so much as much calm and predictability we could, as they did move a lot with their mom. So yeah, for a lot of reasons we haven't been able to sell it, and at one point we chose not to at all. So, but it's been it's been the reason why we haven't been able to do as much as we want to with the kids either. So because we didn't have money for it, so yeah, it was all tied up in the house, and it was very hard at one point for other people to get that. Yeah, we might live in a big house, but we also have an enormous debt in it. The mortgage is really, really big, and you pay a lot of things for a lot of things you don't pay when it's rental. But sometimes other people's ignorance is really draining, because you feel like you have to um, justify all your decisions just because other people don't know how life is. Okay, so we're coming along really nice, and it's only been an hour, so it's good. What I like to do when I do these pictures, where there is AB drills like there is in this one, I do the AB part as the last part. And let's see, it's gonna be these drills. So they do have a bit more shininess over them than the ordinary drills. Let's see if I can make a comparison that makes sense. I think these are like the same. Even though these does shine, it's another kind of shine with the AB coating. So let's see, what are we going with? I think we're going with that one. That one instead of. So if I had all the money I could wish for, and I could live where I want to and buy whatever I want to, I would have at least 3 dogs. I would have one flat-coated retriever like the one I have now. I would have one German Shepherd, and then I would have one big one, like either a Great Dane or one of the Molossos, a Cane Corso or something like that. Because then I would have people, I would be able to afford to pay other people to clean my house for dog care. So yeah, and then I would have a couple of horses too, of course. Like, I love the post you see every now and then pop up, be like, if I ever won the lottery, I wouldn't tell you, but there would be signs. I love that post. It says everything I would do, because I wouldn't tell many people about it, but they would not be any doubt about it. They would be able to see it on the car who is in my driveway. Maybe not so much where I live, because I probably would be staying where we are. Pay all the mortgage out and get the house modernized and renovated and just stay here. I mean, it's a quite nice neighborhood, and I think if you take everything out and put something completely new in, and it's not an economic burden anymore, I think actually my husband would be able to love living here, and not see it as much as something from the past, but more something for the future. So yeah. And today I was thinking it would be really, really nice, just to go and buy some things. Ask some, for instance, here on my stream, ask my moderators if there was anything they really wanted to buy, to get, that they can't afford. I know the Steeler would love to have a new computer, for instance. Um, so I would buy her a really good gaming computer, and then I would take it under my arm and travel all the way to Steeler and give it to her in her hand. And I would be able to make this travel on first class, and so I could do it, arrive well rested and all that. So that's how my lottery dreams looks like, that I would be able to buy things for some of the people I really care about, and I feel like do a lot for me by supporting my stream or supporting be here. For instance, like Ulla's always here. So no matter if it's a day where there's 10, 15, 20, or just Ulla and me, she's here, and I love her for it. Because she could just say, I don't want to be there if there's no one else there. So no one has to be here. Everyone is here on a voluntary basis, So, but I would love to do that. Or go to Scotland and visit Binchbear and, take something from Denmark and go and give him. Look, Danish design, or, pay for a weekend staycation in Copenhagen on one of the best hotels, and things like that. I would really love to do, because for me, doing things like that for other people, seeing their happiness and knowing I did a difference with the money that I didn't work for, that just kind of landed in my lap, makes it kind of it's a karma thing, I think. If you want to do something good for then a little sweet puppy like a flatty or a Labrador. Yeah. Well, I would for sure, if I had the money, I would give you a flat-coated retriever. I think you and that dog would be best friends for life. And it would bond to you like you have never bonded with a dog, because they're like clingy clings. So, and they sense when you're feeling bad in a whole different level than other dogs. That's how I see it anyway. So yeah, that would be something I would buy. In the way that you would get to choose the puppy and all that. I'm not gonna show up on your doorstep with a puppy under my arm. But I am gonna pay for the puppy, and I'm gonna pay for the vet bills for the 2 first years, and so it's not gonna be any cost for you, and pay for the food and all that things, because it's things that can be a drag, and it's just not gonna be that. It's not gonna be that makes it a bad experience having a puppy. So yeah, for sure. So that was something I would do. For people, like, you would say, because when it, at the end of the day, people I meet in here, my moderators, are still like strangers in the way that I have never met them. But you still make relationships to people like that. Ula says, sometimes I wonder if I had that many money, I would give you money to go and so you could visit your sister and then your computer, because I know that it would mean so much to you. You are so right, Ula. It would mean a lot to me. Thank you for the thoughts. And it is like that because, of course, you could argue and say, well, why don't you just give it to the homeless in the street? I might give something to the homeless in the street. I might give them sleeping bags or tents or whatever they need. I might do something like that. Um, so it's not, I can't help the whole world, but I can help the people that helps me or supports me when I am at my lowest and when I am having nothing, that they're still here. So even though I'm having sometimes a crappy stream, in the beginning I had nothing, it was really a raw stream, but now just every 6 months something happens. It just makes it a bit better, a bit better. So we're getting there. And the people that helps just supporting the stream by being here and stuff like that. And the moderators, I think, are always someone you'll rely on a special level. So yeah, I would do things like that. If money wasn't an issue for me, I would do it without blink of an eye, for sure. So, um, and I would try and use as many money as I can while I live. So, because I don't have anyone to inherit me per se. I do have a will, and in that says that my sister in Manchester is gonna inherit me, but I'm gonna give her the money while I'm still alive. If I'm in that situation where I can't give her money, I'm gonna give her money when I'm still alive. I'm not gonna wait to die and then be like, now you can have fun. That's not gonna happen. So that's it. We do have a will, my husband and I, to secure that I can be like stay in the house or the home, if he should die, uh, like tomorrow by accident. Because otherwise, even though we are married, if we don't have a will to support our relationship, by Danish law, his youngest would actually, or his mom, my husband's ex-wife, would, with the law in her hand, be able to claim the house. And I'm like, I'm not gonna fight her if I'm mourning the loss of my husband. I'm not gonna fight her too. So we did made a will, and it make it possible for me to like stay in the house for around 10 years to decide what to do. So, and then if I sell it, of course I have to split with the kids, and yeah. So just to make it more safe for me, you know. Um, because there are kids. If there weren't any kids, it wouldn't matter. But because there are kids and they're his, and because I have a challenging mom, I'm not gonna say anymore. But so um, so that's how we solve that. And like I said, everything is possible when you are friends. When you're not friends, that's when you need things to be written down. So yeah, so we have that, and we have actually also a piece of paper that says that if my husband should die, like tomorrow, all the whole mortgage in the house, because the house is in his name, it's just too bad for the bank and those, you know, um, people that he owes money, because they can't go for me. Otherwise, they would be able to go for my money, no matter how small they are, and just use them to pay the mortgage in the house, and that's not. So, and it's just something, because you can do your own will, but I didn't know this, and I wasn't paying attention to this kind of details, and that's why I paid an obscene amount of money for a lawyer to do the will. But on the other hand, when there are like kids and ex-wives and all that involved, potentially anyway, I need to be secured in any way I can. So even though it was kind of a big bill to pay at that time, I'm happy today we got it, because it just created so much more, security for me. The feeling of just being able to enjoy life and not be afraid of being thrown out of my home. So, but and I actually did buy a lottery ticket yesterday. I haven't told my husband about it, because, if I don't win anything on it, I'm not gonna. But if I do win something, that is, mentioned. Not if I win like $10 or something, but if I do win the big lottery thing, or a lot of money, like 1 million Danish money, I am gonna tell him, and we are gonna celebrate. And the first thing we're gonna do, besides of paying our debts out, is we're gonna order a new car. And if you're wondering what I'm doing, my dog is shedding hair, okay? He is shedding a bit at the moment because the season's changing. So the next thing we are gonna do is ordering a new car, because that needs change too. And I think at one point accidentally put my arm on the glue here, where I still had like the shirt on. So I just don't want any, like hair sticking out. Then I'd rather have drills placed upon the hair, because the other thing would annoy me even more. I need a scissor. A scissor. So now we're gonna do a bit of a haircut here. That's better. Oda says my big brother bought a quick, one of those where you remove something, what do you call that? Scratch thing. And want a good amount of money every month, so a good amount of money, so every month he will get some of the money, and he will get it for the next 13 years. So he won, like, now I'm just saying 13,000 that he gets every month for the next 13 years or something. Congratulations. That is wild. So when people says like it's impossible to, you know, to win anything, but some people do win. So I mean, and like one said, it's a 50-50. Either you win or you don't. And I can say for sure, if I'm not a part of it, I'm not gonna win anything. So I do every now and then buy a lottery ticket. Um, but we're not playing on a regular basis. We did at one point, but we're not anymore. So every now and then we do buy one. Mostly me. When I am out and about. So what is next? I think next is gonna be that color there, because that's also here, so that's gonna be filled out. Oh, in that way you want 1.2 million, yeah, on 13 years. Well, that's okay. I think to me, I would prefer to get the 1.2 now, and then because there's like the inflation and things like that, but it's still some extra money every month you get, you know. You will be able to get something you wouldn't if you had more than the money. So it's a nice thing. It's a nice thing. I don't know. The gambling thing does scare me a bit. I was way back at one of my workplaces for Christmas lunch party. We After the dinner we went to a casino in Denmark, and I will say I was like a nun in a strip club, because I was really, how do you do this, and I almost didn't dare moving, and you know, he just bought a small house, so the money. Oh, that's nice. So when the money is running out, or the money stops coming into the account, he will have paid his house, full mortgage of the house. That's nice. Um, but it was an experience. I didn't play myself. Um, but I was like the lucky charm for one of my colleagues that was playing blackjack. So yeah, I'm not. I think I could do it, you know, but I'm too scared. I'm gonna be caught up in, you know, if I win a little thing, if I win, then just gonna put everything in and try win double twice the back or something, you know. So I'm a bit. It scares me a little bit. I'm afraid that's gonna trigger the wrong things in my mind. I think. But I don't mind standing next to anyone who's gambling, and it's not because I've ever had a gambling problem per se. I think it's just because I know myself very well, and it scares, like I said, it scares me a bit. It does scare me a bit. I think it's so amazing when these winnings go to people that really needs them. That's where it makes sense in my head. It does not make sense in my head when it's people that actually has more than enough money as it is, and then they win the big lottery. It's like, but why do you need more money? Why? But like there was one who won the big Euro jackpot, and she was like on welfare benefits and things like that, and she had like I think she had 3 kids or something, and was like she didn't know how to pay the bills or pay for food tomorrow and stuff like that, and suddenly she was like multimillionaire. That was something, but I feel like that hit the right at the right spot, you know. So yeah. And to me, there's bit difference between winning like 1 or 2 million and then winning, for instance, 200 and something or 500 million. That's an amount of money. I'm like it's so unreal, and I can spend. I think I would be able to spend and invest maybe 100 million, but 500 or 300, I'm like this is too much, too much is too much. So yeah, just enough so I can do what I want to do, and me and my husband don't have to work, and yeah, go travel, uh, buy nice things from my friends, or do the things I just said, go visit my birth country again, bring my husband with me, my sister, and people that are important to me, bring them on my expense. I mean, things like that. Then I would give to different help organizations, both foreign and national. um, it's not so big a thing in Denmark to money wise to help other people when it comes to healthcare, for instance, um, because we have a system that for the most part are there. But when I say for the most part, there are people that falls through the cracks, and those people would be nice that you would actually have like some kind of organization that could help them, and we do have that, and those are very depending on donations and help and funds. Uh, so those kind of projects, I would love to, do some research. Hey, Stila, welcome in. How are you today? Thanks for stopping by. Are you off work? Are you playing Palia? I'm not asking any of the beans anymore whether they do craft. I actually want to hear if they play Palia. I'm good being a busy Friday. Oh, you poor thing. Well, sit down, have a cup of coffee or whatever you prefer. Let's chat, and I can craft, you can chat. Just relax. Um, I know I'm gonna catch you probably again when it's morning for me. The funny thing is, when I go off stream today, no, I'm just waiting on numbers so I can turn in quotes short time. The fun thing is that when I go off stream today, it's around midnight, and that means 3 hours later, Miss Coffee will be online. And if she's playing Parlor, which she is 9 out of 10 times, she will still be playing when I get up around 7 or 8 ish. Sometimes I'm up a bit earlier, but just to say hello, and then I will take her with me back into bed and listen to her play party while I will be napped on and off, dozing on and off. But it's so funny. I say good night to her. I say good morning to them. Because sometimes Miss Coffee just stop by here and say hi, and I will say hello and good night and have a good time, and then and then I will be on the morning stream. For me, morning. It's usually, I think it's about 1 a.m. for you guys when I pop in. It's around that time. So yeah. Oh, and I really, to be honest, because Mrs. Coffee sent me a direct message on Twitch that she found a streamer that was, yeah, that's about the time I usually see you. Yeah, I think so. That she found a streamer. um, Deutsch streamer. That's a German streamer. So he was speaking Deutsch, and I knew what this was about because Mrs. Coffee has so many times said I'm from Deutschland. I don't know what Deutschland is in her world, but I'm from Denmark. But in her world, I'm from Deutschland, and in her world they speak Dutch. I think it's Germany, and I think it is Germany she's talking about. But so when she sent me that message, I was like, how do I, in a nice way, say, but I'm not from Deutschland, I'm from Denmark. So I wrote to her, I'm so, thanks a lot for those sweet thoughts, but I don't actually, it's Germany is not my thing. But if you find someone that speaks Danish, you are more than welcome to write to me. And I think she was a bit mortified about it that she actually made that mistake. Dutchland. I crack up every time. I mean, I don't know where she got that word from. I honestly don't know. So yeah. But with that being said, I am kind of honored because Miss Coffee is a big streamer and she has a lot of people surrounding her, and so that she's thinking of me when she comes across another streamer, be like, oh, this would be something for Pia. That actually makes me feel really special and cared about. So yeah, even though it wasn't a Danish, it was a German streamer, and they were speaking Deutsch. I think it's because, and this is where I think the wires is crossing. If you see a German person writing in their stream, they will be writing the language as Deutsch, because Deutsch is the German word for Germany or German. So Deutsch and Deutschland. I think that's why I think it's like that. Because at first I thought she was kind of thinking me as from the Netherlands or from Holland. It was like, but that's not the case. It could be. The a bit interesting thing about this is if you look at the language and how the language is put together, the Danish, the German, the Dutch, the Dutch people, the Netherlands, the Great Britain, they all have similar words, and the tonation of the word can be, so you actually can kind of understand. I can understand a lot of what they speak, A lot of, for instance, the people from the Netherlands, um, even though if I should read it, I couldn't. But just to hear it, because a lot of the words do similar to a mix between English and Germany and Danish, and maybe with a hint of French across it. The reason why it's like this is because of the Vikings. So the way they have been traveling around does actually show also, so you can see on the language where the Vikings used to have their trade station and all that. Oh, I didn't know that map challenge, so I understand and sympathize with Miss Coffee and that stuff. If it wasn't for hobby, I probably wouldn't know better about Denmark. And that's the thing. I think the reason why we seem so well educated in Denmark about the world that surrounds us is because we learn about it in the school. We have to. We are such a small country, so we can't just take for granted that everyone knows who we are. So we have to know how the world is just roughly looking out around us. Um, Oh, that being said, I will say geography, where they teach these things, were not my favorite thing in the school. So, but I would say I have been very lucky to have a dad that was very, very skillful, and he could kind of, he could do some summer school work for me on that thing. So whenever we was traveling and driving camping in Europe, it would be more like, oh, so where is this connected to which? And now we're passing the border, and these are connected like this and stuff like that. Um, yeah, our school system sucks here. In that sense, it does. I will say it is very much mirroring that you are a big country, and you in a lot of ways have enough of you in you that people know who America is and the states are. But that being said, a lot of foreigners have no idea which state is where, but they do know in general where the United States are. um, so yeah, uh, I think one of the things I really love about your school system is that you, in a very early age, are training how to speak in front of an audience. I think we could learn, in that sense, we could learn a lot. We have tried to learn a lot in Denmark, and we do have more of that in the school where you have to like speak in front of the class. Yeah, we should know other countries better. Yeah, in a way, and I think actually today, where we are so, where the borders are so fluent, and because of the internet and the whole streaming thing and all that, you get so much more multicultural. So I think it would be very, very nice if the country you live in actually now recognize that this is how the reality looks like, and help the young people of the country to be better dressed for meeting other cultures. And maybe that could help a bit in house too, so the more you know about people and learn about how they do or why they do as they do, the less you can still have something you don't like about the individual, but as a culture, you can actually have less hate against it. That's my opinion. So, like, if you do get a deeper insight or in religion wise or something, it's not like you have to believe, but just this the knowledge of you knowing how the why they are why there's something called Ramadan, why something called Eid, why what is Buddha, what is this Christian God, and that kind of knowledge just makes it, when you meet people, you can actually meet them in at their place. You don't have to be like dragging them over to you and be like, you have to understand me because I don't understand you, kind of way. So I think that could be a way to not to remove but to minimize the racism, and to minimize the hate between cultures. Unfortunately, I don't think we ever will be able to remove that kind of hate, because it's something that's so deep dwelt in the human nature, unfortunately. So there's nothing we fear more than the things we don't understand. And so if there's things we don't understand, it creates fear, and fear creates irrationality. So yeah, that's what I believe anyway. And there was something that just crossed my mind. Oh yeah, I saw a Dr. Phil thing. I have been talking about Dr. Phil in here before, and he is one of my favorite persons, in the way that I'm not agreeing in everything he says by far, but he does say some very sensible things and some very logical things. It should be logical. It's not reasonable things. He also says something I really don't agree about, but that's another thing. So he was raising two questions in this last one I saw. The one of them I'm not going to go into, because that's going to be a problem. But the other one is like just the fact that the states apparently have a problem with crime, and that there's more and more people apparently more and more get criminal, and as they say, apparently it's not helping putting them in jail and punishing them. And we don't have a system that can help rehabilitate people. So what we do is we put them in jail, and then we let them out for after a while, and then they will redo whatever they were convicted for in the first place. Um, so Dr. Phil, as he says, we need a short-term solution, something we can act on right now. That means that we need some of the authorities that are working right now to be more responsible, and we need help from parents, and all that. And we need to figure out if there's a better way we can do it when people are in jail, and if you can do a better transition out, or better evaluation whether people should stay in jail, or they are actually safe to let out in the society again. But what one of the participants in this show said was that how he saw it was like that the states actually, where they do let their citizens down, is because they have a very bad social system. So whenever you have vulnerable families, they are more or less left for themselves to survive, and that's part of the big crisis situation. Plus that the system that exists with foster parents are broken. So and in that sense, it kind of scares me that such a big country, that like the states, that in a lot of other countries' eyes, a country that goes in front and shows how things are done, have that kind have problems with criminal behavior in that in that volume, and that, so it's not just about stealing cars. This is murder, rape, serial killers, and all that. I like to listen to podcasts or audiobooks about serial killers. Um, it maybe it's more the morbid side of me, but I like to know about human minds, and the serial killers interest me because they are so. It's like your own brain, but in a version 2000, like where it's you have version 1 is me, and then there's version 2000 is a serial killer, because they have, you can see yourself in different elements of their minds, but then they get the perfect storm and they go kind of overboard, um, and sometimes overboard. um, so we have a Danish psychiatrist that um, has made some research in serial killers, and profiling serial killers and stuff like that. And she says that she believes, because we don't have serial killers per se in Denmark. I think we've had one or two, in the way she defines serial killers in a way. And she says one of the reasons why it's like that in Denmark is because we have a really good detective, or what do you call it? Um, we solve a lot of the crime cases. So it's like at one point I think it was 80 or 90% of the crimes happening is solved when it's like murder or violence, or things like that. When it comes to burglaries, it's something else. They have a really nasty statistic of their own. But the other thing that with serial killers and all that. So we kind of, so the theory is that the killers in Denmark, they kind of get caught before they can kill again, and that's why we don't see serial killers in that way. Another thing is the reason why we do solve a lot of cases in Denmark is because the police is one unit, you know. They are not spread over different states that has their own forces and their own rules, and it's not like we have to go into a federal um, thing to get across our lines in Denmark. Our police detectives, they can work all over Denmark, across all, and even in Sweden too. The nearest countries they can work into, of course, in cooperation with the local authorities. Still, I started out reading about that because my grandma was intrigued by true crime stuff. So we shared books. This was way before ID channel and all that we have here now. Well, it is interesting to see what triggers people. I mean, and I will say what I have seen and heard as it is. If you have a childhood or a young, if you when you're still baby, if you get removed from your parents at that point and you are not brought to secure and good upbringing, you are potential to get, you get hurt, you get damaged, your mind, your mental health get damaged, but that can be recovered. But a lot of these people has been like abandoned in some way or the other when they were kids, either babies or kids, And then again, later on, they are subjected to violence and uh, rape or some kind of molestation on their body, and so they are both physical and mental abused when they get up in the age, and suddenly it snaps. And in a way, I get it. What they say about serial killers is you will see a lot of serial killers in a very early age do torment small animals, and that way they find out that they actually get satisfaction out of seeing other living people or living things be in pain and suffer. I like to see here about how the mind works and how things affect people in different ways. Yeah, me too. Me too. But that cannot be a surprise for any of us that we do have the same interest in that, can we? Speaking of spooky things. So yeah, so a lot of the serial killers that do get to operate, um, does it in America. Yeah, no, no shocker there. No, no, no. It's more like, oh yeah, of course. um, so for because a lot of the serial killers um, get away with it because they just move to another state, and then first when they get two different states get to talk together and get some kind of media involved, then other will be on, and then it will be a federal thing and all that, and suddenly you get the whole big machines rolling. But at that point, the person, some of them has been killing like at least 10 or 15 or more people at that point. So yeah. And another thing is, we don't have in Denmark like big deserted things, highways in that way. We do have, freeways or highways that are not that trafficked, but it's just something, a place where that is like the local authorities will have some kind of obligation to keep uh, resting places and stuff like that clean, and you know stop by and check up on cars or whatever trucks is sleeping there and whatnot. So there's a bit more. um I won't say we are more watched, but in a way we are more looked after, I think, just in general. And then we have the whole social security number. Like everyone in Denmark, all citizens have their own CPR number, as it's called. So it's something we get when we get born, or when we get our citizenship, as it was when I got mine. And that's kind of unlocks all doors, but it's also something that um, identify you. So so it is a bit, of course, you can falsify things, but it's still a bit more difficult here because we are more watched, we are more registered here than other places. That's for sure. So let's see, it's 10 o'clock and I need to get some water and get rid of some water. So we're gonna have a 5 minute break, and then I will be back, and I will be, yeah, it's gonna be close to just, I'm gonna say I'm gonna finish this section today, and getting ready for the next row. But first a break, and then we'll be back. See you. Be right back. Thank you. Oh, should we get some so you can see what I'm doing? It's like, I'm back. Oh, what a boring picture. There you go. So, no, so I do think that's so interesting, and I love listening to those podcasts and audiobooks. Um, I think it's so interesting, and of course, it's a tragedy and scary and all that, and there's been some really, really rough cases, and you think, how can the human, how can another person hurt another person like that? And I think it it I think one need to look at it as it's not a it's a hurt person, it's a damaged person, it's damaged mind, and they do get altered through that kind of damage. So there are things they can't relate to, or they won't relate to, because usually that means that they will get hurt or whatever. A lot of things are like on a non-conscious plan, so they would do it as an automatical emotional response, more than a a cautious, a conscious one. But what she did tell that psychology or psychiatrist was that with psychopath, the ones that are like diagnosed with a clinical psychopathy, they because usually you say they can't feel like empathy, or feel with the person, feel sorry for another person. But what she says is they can, they just choose not to. And that is what I feel is like scary. Because one thing is if you're not capable of it, that's like, might not be your fault. But the thing that people actually are capable of, but they just make a choice, a cautious choice, a conscious choice, a choice they know is kind of wrong. Just say, but I don't want to, can. I can, but I don't want to. That I feel like is creepy, scary, yucky. Okay, what are we gonna go with? Let's see, we're gonna go with. I think we're gonna go with that one, and then we're gonna do this one down here, and then we're gonna put the avian. Yeah. So, let's. Right, that's scary. Makes you believe in evil stuff. Yeah, it does. It actually does. You're so right, Stila. You're so right. Yeah, and in a way I can excuse or find the understanding of why a damaged person, one who has themselves being subject to violence and molestation and all that kind of things, why they can, it can be hard for them to grasp what is right and what is wrong when it comes to human behavior. One that kind of was a equal yucky thing was what was it he was called? He's called Dharma, but I can't remember. It's called Nick Dharma. Oh, but he was called Dharma, and what it was about him, well, he was, I think he was gay, because he preferred to have company. But the reason why he killed the young men he came across was because he didn't want them to leave him. He had separation anxiety. Jeffrey Dahmer, that's it. He had separation anxiety. So it was actually not a matter of him wanting to be bad or evil per se. It was more a matter of him be scared of being left alone. um, that the way he expressed that is a bit chilly in the way that he was together with people after they were dead and stuff like that. That's a completely different thing. Yeah, I think his mind broke too. Yeah, yeah, I think that too. But it's like this with the perfect storm because I have relationship issues too, because I was abandoned as a baby. But then again, it depends on it's like having, for instance, with my husband, there are three brothers, and the being an alcoholic, the whole alcohol thing, is running in the family. So we have one who is already dead of alcohol. My husband, who has been an alcoholic but is sober today and has been for the past 13 years, and then his big brother, who is like more a closet alcoholic. I don't know if that's a word in English, but it's more hidden anyway. So and I think that in a bit of a morbid way, I think actually it's kind of interesting that the three person, and they have the same mom and dad. They have been living in the same house, of course, on different time places on the timeline, but still environment wise, it should be the same. Those cases are awful, but makes me sad for everyone. Yeah, me too. And it is in those cases. I'm like, I feel for the perpetrator because of course he can choose not to. You could say, but a lot of them haven't got the help they actually needed when they needed it. One of them, and I can't remember what he was called actually, but he was like they were they had been like recommending early psych help for him, and in the school has been like he has had violent outbursts, and but no one lifted a finger to help him. And I think in like I said, I think that the school system in Denmark, for instance, and the social system, they would have catch these cases. And we, for instance, where I work, we do work with some of these um, young kids, not young kids, but young adolescents who are like they don't have a verbal language to express their feelings, so they will express it through actions. So they will be like throwing things or hitting people or spitting at them, and it's not because they don't like the people that helps them. It's actually just the only way they know how to communicate, and then it's the uh, professionals that surround them tasked to help them to get a language, so they can be so they know how to act and how to react when they are, for instance, in groups with or with other people than themselves. So I do, when I hear the stories of some of these serial killers, I do feel a lot for them. I mean, really, really a lot, because I know a lot of it could have been prevented by catching them in a young age, removing them from home, if the home is alcoholic or violent, which we would have in Denmark for sure. Um, it is a every teacher or person working in a daycare system, for instance, here in Denmark, are obligated by law to report any suspicious behavior, or they have a they think that there is something going on in a child's life that is where it's subjected to violence or some kind of abuse or something. So in that sense, I think that we do shelter our youngest a bit better than in the States, from what I understand. Yes, America is just getting to the point where mental health is important, but still some people put a stigma on it. Yeah, unfortunately. And that is like, because I will say, um, I think that just in general, we have managers in Denmark in workplaces and in general that are getting better and better educated to create get tools to create a good working environment, so that if you're having trouble, you can trust that your closest manager will help you. If you are about to hit the floor with stress or depression, we do have an insurance as a workplace that can help you. So, for instance, if the damage is already there, so yeah, so I do believe that we do a lot. Could we do more? Exactly, we could do much more. And I do think that sometimes, not sometimes, we don't do enough for the most vulnerable in Denmark, like the one who has disabilities, our old people. I talked to one of my colleagues. She has a disabled daughter, and she needed a new duvet for her that has like some way into it, like either with balls or chains. So you get it. So if it's difficult for you to feel yourself, then if you get something that's a bit heavy on your body, it will calm you down. And a such a thing is kind of pricey. Just gonna look up how much it is in dollars. Let's just take. We're gonna take the $2. So it's at least, I would say, $220 for a thing like that. And and she talked to the authorities, and she was like, but because they were like, but we are not giving you that anymore. You have to buy them yourself because they are so low in price now that they're affordable. And she says like, I don't have that kind of money. I mean, I only work on special contract. I only have like 10 hours a week. I'm not, so I don't have that kind of money. And this is not the only thing she needs. She needs a new wheelchair. She needs other things because she's a child. She's growing. But no, because they don't have any money. And like, and we were talking about it. Yeah, that's expensive. I get that. Yeah, and it's like, it's not for the fun. It's not because she think it's cool. It's because the daughter actually need it, um, because it helps her sleep, which is important when you're a kid, right? And she had one when she was 6. Now she's 14. There's kind of a difference there in size and everything. Um, but I discovered it myself because I asked my handler from the authorities, local authorities, if I could get a office chair for the office when I go to the office in town. I have one in home that they gave me 3 4 years ago or something, and then now I have one in. I wanted one in the office, and it's a very expensive one. It very very expensive. It's more expensive than that for the child. So I get why my workplace are not. Are a bit reluctant to pay for it. So that's not something. But what my case handler is telling me is it's not something she can give me anymore. It's something she needs to apply for, and if it's above a certain amount of money, she needs to be there at that meeting when the boarding, when they have when that team has the meeting where they're gonna decide whether to pay for it or not. So first I made her a how I, because she said, can't you write to me why you think you need the chair, because you know all what to put off of words. It's your body, you need you need. And like, no problem, I'm gonna do that. And she was like, okay. And then she is going to do a long application um, to this committee, and then they are meeting once a week. And when they are meeting, because it's such an expensive chair, she needs to be there too to defend why they need to pay for the chair. I mean, it's a goddamn chair, and it's not because I think it's fancy. It's actually because I need it, and the difference is that before I wasn't at the office a a certain day. I was only there once a month, and it was only for 2 hours or something. We had a meeting. Now I'm there every week, every Wednesday, and I'm there for at least 4 hours, sitting, having meeting, talking to people, talking to my boss, trying to solve things, and work. And so I really need something good to sit in, because I have tried with the other things, and my body is busted. And I will say I can't do that. I can't do it with the 4 hour thing if I'm sitting in a bad chair. I mean, it's not gonna happen. So so now she would take the what I have written and make the application. Then there will be a someone is gonna contact me who are the supplier of the chairs, and they know that they can. It's a risk they are taking, getting the chair I need, because it's not. They can't be sure that they are gonna pay for it. So it can't be like just a, you know, expense they have to eat themselves and then have it on storage. So but they're gonna contact me, so we're gonna take from there. Hopefully, it's gonna be solved within the end of May, I think, because they do meet every Wednesday. So it could be something that could be fixed within a couple, 2 or 3 weeks. So I hope so, because it is something that is limiting me in me being at the office. I will say I am, because I am so tired, and I do hurt a lot when it's the next day. So yeah. So and I asked her, when, because we had like a follow-up meeting Wednesday this week, and I asked her why it has become so bureaucratic and so difficult, and she said because they don't have any money. And I'm like, what the hell are they using their money for? Not to help the people, that's for sure. So yeah. But she was like, I think we should try and apply for it, and then we will see. I won't give you any hope, because it's a very little small hope, but I think we should apply for it, and let's see what we can do. Mods, please handle that. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you are. I was almost gonna say. I was just about to say to Stila. Did you see how she is? You know, she's trigger happy. Ula is young. She is. She's fast. She's on it. Yeah, she is my new gatekeeper for sure. It's just mark, click. Good job, Ula. Good job. Good for her. I don't have time to click. Well, you know, Stila, that's one of the reasons why I have more than one mod. That is because then there will always be one. Usually, there will always be someone who has the time and is at the right place. You know, because yeah, she was faster than you. Yeah. Then you have seen that too. But I'm happy about it because then I can just, I don't have to use energy for it. So, and then you can keep your skills hot. Ula says, "You next time you will do it. I will let you do it next time." Yeah, you can take turns. It's actually very rare. I do get these. I have had a couple of the last past month or so. I've had a bit more traffic of those, but usually it's not that common in here. Thank God. I think maybe because I was tangling Jan. Like help, help. I think maybe because I chose another, I was choosing just chatting and not crafters and makers. It's maybe attracted a bit more, some more of those people or bots than usual. So, but it's okay. Then my mods have something to train on. That's okay. I would say after that, Binge has got it's him. He's the one who is cleaning out in the list of chatters. So if there should be any bots there, they're not that many there anymore. So it has helped that too. So it's good. It's a good thing. I did actually today. I had first I had a plan on going to town to buy a bit of stationery I need for my work. And then I was like, maybe I should just go and see what hobby has. But it's been raining all day, and I was like, it's cold. It's been it's been windy and cold and rainy, and I was like, nah, I think I'm just gonna stay home and play PlayStation. So I did, and but I think I'm gonna do it Monday because I have a work off a day off. What is it? It's not working day Monday, and they do promise better, warmer temperatures next week. So I was like, why don't I just go and do it Monday? So I'm gonna try and go to town Monday because I am having a meeting on Wednesday where I would love to have the things I need for that meeting. So Yeah, who wants to go out in the cold rain? Not me. You had snow, Ulla? Oh God. So, but as they have forecasted so far, it's gonna be warmer over the weekend and next week. So, it seems like spring is coming May 1st. So the month of May should be a good warm month. Yeah, what is it now? Try imagine what the dogs look like today. Oh yeah. I was lucky, so it didn't rain when I was out with the dog. So it was cold, but it didn't rain. And I am very blessed. I have a um, very, what do you call that? Aristocratic dog, because he does not want to get wet paws in a pool, like in small from when it rains. And he does not like to roll in dirt or mud bath things. So I don't have to be, you know, fighting him over that. I do, however, fight him in eating grass. At the moment, there's growing. The grass is growing, and all the juices are rising. And my dog is looking like a cow. He's taking literally big bites out in the grass. Not the grass we have in the garden, but the grass that or the straws that is growing close to the fields. And he has these long straws hanging in his mouth. So when he looks up, he looks like a cow with grass in his mouth. We got rain changes through next Thursday, but it's not cold rain. Oh, you had a Ulla says we had a small white dog, but when it came in, it was black. Nice. Yeah, I would say my dogs has never been like with mods and stuff like that. Been bad, been doing mud bath and all that. Luckily, because I get why some people be like, oh my god, now I have to wash the dog again. Stupid dog. So I don't have to worry about that. There are other things to worry about, but not that. But not that. Where's that? However, I do see where I write. She has one horse that is like white. What is that called? Merle? Where they're kind of spotted with small spots. And then she has one that looks like Pippi Longstock, her horse, a Knapstrupper. So, but you can't see the spots on that horse because he loves to roll in the dirt. Especially here with it's been raining and stuff like that. So he looks like they do both do. My dog is small, so a bath might take 10 minutes, so I don't. Yeah, it's gonna take a bit longer if I'm gonna bath my dog. Just saying. For the most part, I would say that my German Shepherd, I think, is the one I did give regular bath just to keep her allergy down. But the rest of them, I only have been giving bath if they have either had some kind of lice or fleas or something, or if they had been like at the beach and been taking things with them home there, then they might have I'm giving them bath too. But other than that, no. I don't in general don't bath my dogs much. Um, One, because it's big dogs, and usually my bathroom are not like made for big dogs bathing. So, and my dogs don't like bathing. So it would be something that I need to take all of my clothes off almost to bathe, wash and shower the dog in the whole bathroom sort of thing. So, no, prefer not to. So with some of them, I did do it in the garden in the summertime. And I will say my German Shepherd, she actually got quite good at it, and she didn't like it. And when I took the certain towels for that, she would be like, she was, for the most part, she would be following me through a big house. But if I took those towels, she would be, walking away from me on her heels, turning around on her heels and be like, not gonna. And then when I call on her, she would come, but her head would be down to the ground and she would look like she was gonna be, uh, I was hitting her. Wow, welcome in, Vor. Vor with a red. Hey, welcome in. Raiders. Hello, Bao. Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. I usually do once a month, but maybe 2 times a month in the spring, unless he's had a good play day outside. Hello, hello. Hello, Apple Cheeks. Welcome in. Evil Mad Kitty, welcome in. I am good today. I'm working on my siblings picture. And then I'm just chatting away today. We're chilling, chatting, and I'm doing diamond painting. Eternal Rose, welcome in. You made it. Yay. So good to see you all here. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Pia, and you have entered Pia's Creative Corners. Hello, Pika. Welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. I gotta say, diamond painting fun and relaxing. I like it. Amazing. You got a good bit done, didn't you? You finally got to do it. You've been talking so much about doing diamond painting. You and Pika should find a day, but you finally got there. So here I do a variety of things. I do diamond painting, and it is my number one thing at the moment. I've been doing diamond paintings for about 3 or 4 years or something like that. I have a YouTube channel, I have an Instagram, and then I do this live streaming on Twitch. I do cross stitch too. I play with colors as I call it, and that is some adult coloring and some coloring, some drawings. One of my very good friends are doing. I also like it. By the way, I had like a daydream of you diamond painting, and I was like shocked when I saw you diamond painting what you're doing. Thank you. Pia is an amazing colorist. Wow. Yeah. That we're gonna just a grain of salt, okay? We love colors, yeah, we do. We absolutely love colors. And I do some scratch boards, and yeah, so a little bit of everything. But diamond painting is my number one, and for today I want to finish this section. But because I'm working as I am, it's a little bit different from picture to picture what kind of setup I have. But this is like a fairly quick to just remove it so you can see how it looks and get a really good sense of the picture. The artist is called Anne Stokes, and I just finished a thank you, it's looking great, thank you. So I just finished a picture of her called Snow Dragon, and I have a couple of hers, and I really like the way she draws and does the dragons. So my beginning of my year was gonna be about dragons. Here when I hit May 1st, I'm gonna do my because May is my birthday month. I had a special picture, so I would love to show you. By the way, I just need to remember to say that I live in Denmark. So if you don't know, I am from Denmark. So English is my second language. So if I do say something a bit strange, it's because of that. Okay? And the later I get, the more strange I talk sometimes. And sometimes I even talk Danish and first later realize that I'm on an English stream. But hey, what can you do? So I'm just gonna protect this thing here. So this is what I'm gonna work with in the month in May. It's called Songs Under the Cherry Tree, and it's by another of my favorite artists, which is called Chrysotica. Well, it is a bit special, this one. I'm just gonna break it in two, just because my camera can't catch it all here. So it looks like this on the last part of it. The reason why it's a bit special for me is because when I did start my cross stitch world, it's beautiful. Thank you, Stila. Yeah, it is beautiful, isn't it? This was a picture I found on Heaven and Earth Design as a cross stitch, and I was like, I'm gonna do this as a cross stitch. So when I was like, when I get the hang of the cross stitch, I'm gonna do that. And I was like, so that was really in my mind and focus, and I'm gonna do that. So suddenly I realized that I actually saw this on Diamond Art Club's website. They on a release, and I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna own that picture no matter what. So it was one of the pictures I bought and paid on a Afterpay because I didn't have the money at that time, but I was gonna own it no matter what. So in that sense, it is a bit special for me, but in a good way. I believe in a good way. So, but I'm happy that you actually like the diamond painting. I was a bit curious to hear how it was for you to diamond paint, because one thing is I find that it is absolutely amazing, but another thing is what other people find is not always the same thing. But I really am happy that you enjoy it. So it's something you're gonna work with later too, Vor? Off stream or on stream, or Vor did pretty good. It's fun. Time flew. Amazing. But it is fun and it is relaxing. I might, but my sister wants to work on it. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Well, maybe you can share. Maybe you can share. maybe, maybe you will figure. Maybe it's gonna be like you need a bigger one. So, because otherwise there won't be enough pictures so you can share. Cheeks. I picked it up because of my anxiety. Yeah, I know a lot. She already claimed before I could, so I bought it from her. I just need to borrow this, please. But I know a lot of people do use it as a part of handle their anxiety. Um, Peekaboo. Oh yeah, Hobby Lobby. I've heard that they do actually have some good ones to a good price and to a good quality or reasonable quality. Yeah, yeah. So for me, diamond painting is a part of my one of the tools for me to handle my pain, my chronicle pains. So it's not like the pain disappears, but it makes it more bearable for me, and it takes like the focus away. So I'm not, my whole life is not about that. So it gets like a second place or third place in my mind. So I have my focus on my craft. I will say after been doing this for some years that the cross stitch actually have taken over a bit of that part where I'm kind of completely engulfed in it or focused on it, where this is becoming more like the knitting is for me, where it's something I can do, and I would be watching telly or talking to people or doing streams, for instance, something like that. So okie dokie, I need to get some food in my belly. I'll be lurking. It's so okay, well, thanks for the raid and thanks for the support. I greatly appreciate you so much. And yeah, of course, and for the rest of you, it's the same. If you need to go, go. I'm just so happy and grateful you stopped by and were on the raid. um, so, and thank you for the support by being here. And you're more than welcome just to hang out and just be here, take part of the chat, or just lurk like war, or do what you need to do. You've been a while when you've been on one stream and then you get on the raid and on the next stream. I know. So sometimes you need to do some real life stuff too. So, but thank you for the stream thank you for the raid, peeps. I appreciate it so much. So yeah, for me, this is a way for me to forget a bit about what some of the stupid things my body tend to do sometimes, I think. And then I get to experience. Hey, hubby.
Hey.
Night, hubby.
Night, night.
That was my husband. And sometimes I get night, hubby. Yeah, Stila knows. Stilla's like she knows. It's like almost a tradition or a regular thing when I stream. Then my husband will always come in and say goodnight. He has recently, I think it was Wednesday actually, where I was so beat. I've been on job, I've been out about, and I was so tired. So I actually went to bed quite early, and so usually my husband would go to bed first, and I would stay up a couple of more hours, and then I would go to bed. But Wednesday we went to bed at the same time almost. So, but he went first. So he went to bed, and he didn't say anything. He just went into bed. I'm like, oh well, okay, maybe he's just reading or playing on his phone or something. So when I came in the bedroom, he was snoring. He was deep sleeping. I mean, really deep sleeping. Like, okay, so we're not kissing goodnight anymore. So, so the next morning he woke me up. I didn't say anything up because he's just come in, kiss me good morning, and then he off. So when I get my bearings, I sent him a text message. I was like, didn't you forget something last night, like kiss me goodnight or something? And he was like, oh. Yeah, I think I did. Noted. So yeah. If it wasn't because we don't have any money, I would have demanded him to buy buy me flowers, but I'm not gonna do that. So, but yeah. So, and if you see anything here, please ask. Don't feel afraid to ask me anything you want to ask me. Or if I say something and you are wondering or something, I am all in for that. The more you know about me and what I do here, the less you can have against me. So I don't have so many boundaries or limits. So you can, of course, if there's something that is very personal or nasty, I'm not gonna, answer that. But as long as you ask out of curiosity and with from your heart, I'm gonna answer whatever you're gonna ask me. So just know that. Um, there might be some things we can't talk about due to Twitch, but other than that, I'm quite open. I'm quite open. But what I wanted to tell you was I did take one of my pictures and I put duct tape, black duct tape around in the edges, and then I hang it on the wall at my workplace. And first of all, I sent a picture to my manager or my boss, and I'm like, this is what I had in mind. And what he wrote back to me, now I know where you train your patience, because that's some work. It looks amazing. So I took, because one thing when you see a picture of it, but another thing is when you see it real life. So when I did take it in, he was like, "Oh, that is amazing." So I hang it on the wall, and just that people can enjoy, these amazing pictures makes me want to do more thing. It makes me happy. It gives me another reason to do it, I would say. So yeah. So the cross stitch for me is very new. It was something I started last year, and it was Miss Coffee, that caffeinated doodle, that was a big enabler in that thing. I did, for the longest time, I did go and have the thoughts about I wanted to do some cross stitch, but I felt a bit intimidated by the whole counting thing and materials I get, thread and all that. So I was like, I had just been like postponing and pushing it away. And then I saw the videos you made about stamp cross stitch. I'm like, ooh, that looks something I could actually do, from like buy it and do it, work on it. So I did. Bought a picture from Orloa, and which also they also sell diamond paintings, and so I am 2/3 through it. My plan is to finish it here in during summertime. I think I'm gonna work on it. So yeah, that is really something I enjoy a lot. And surprisingly, I actually also have the patience for that, because I was kind of thinking, with this kind of pictures, there is a bit more. It's not like it doesn't take as long to do a diamond paint as it does with a cross stitch, because stitching is when is no matter how you look at it, it does take a longer time. But that being said, it also makes me actually do put down the pace, and I really enjoyed it, and I'm so engulfed in it. So when I work on it, I can work on it and do it in the couch next to my husband, but he can watch whatever he want on the television, because I'm not gonna be paying attention to whatever. So he can watch whatever thriller or horror or whatever he wants to, sci-fi he wants to look at. I'm like, I can't even bother, you know. So, and when I if I do diamond painting, I usually will put something in my ears, but I don't have to with the cross stitch because I'm so focused on it. It's do it right, you know. So I'm not gonna do too many mistakes on it. Um, so yeah, it's a challenge, but I like it, and I'm for sure gonna look for bigger ones. I wanna do. I have two other pictures. One more from Lower, which is smaller, and one another from Amazon I bought, which is I would say something in between the two sizes. Um, I would love to try and do cross stitch with silk thread. So that might be something I want to try. But this year, I decided that this year I want to do this diamond painting as much as possible. Work through my stash. So I'm going to work on, I'm going to tip the scale. So I'm not going to buy so many, but I'm going to finish more, you know. So that and not having the finance to buy anything at the moment is a good combi. So actually I am working on getting my stash smaller. Actively working on that. And that I love. Um I think might have a couple of pictures in it that is not like a well thought through buy, but the rest of them are. I'm gonna have the only problem for me is I don't have enough walls for my themes because I have a Randall Spangler theme going on. I have a witch theme going on. I have my Asian and my dragon theme. So and then I have my whole nature landscape theme, and I only have two walls. No, I have a bit more, but it's like I don't know what I'm gonna do at the end of the day. So, but my plan is to get as much done of my stash this year. Next year, I want to turn the tables so my cross stitch is gonna be my primary thing, and my diamond painting is gonna be my secondary. In the way that I think it. For the most part, I would say I actually work on what I feel for, but just maybe more in what I buy, I think. So it's gonna be more for, I'm gonna buy maybe a bit more cross stitch and use money on that and not so much on the diamond painting because I do have trays, I do have pens, you know. Maybe I need a couple of more pens, but um, oh, this looks amazing. It actually looks quite good. I put some crystals, green crystals for eyes instead of the ones that should be there, and I actually think it went quite well. Um, don't know if you can see it. Oh. Now, not to turn it off, Pia. Just turn it down. So maybe you can see the crystals a bit more there, I don't know. But they're here, just here in the eyes. Hello, Chanceless, how are you doing? Welcome in, and thanks for stopping by. What are you up to today? I did. Thank you. I was the lucky one then, I think. Well, you know. Well, I thought that was going to be the way. No, I don't. Yeah, right, Pika? It's just right up our alley, right? It's just the way we love it. Me too. I love the purples too. I think they're amazing. And I would say, just in general, purple is just a color I can't get too much of. That's just it. That's just it. Um, there can't be too much purple. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Oh, where was I? Oh, what was this? This was the one, I think. And it's funny because I'm not getting tired working with a purple color. Maybe I might be if it was just one color, but these two, like this one and the one before, there was different shades of the purple, and that I think that makes it more, just it just makes it less tiring to work with when it's the different shades, and when you do love the color purple in all the shades, it's you can find it. So we're getting there, we're getting there. Hello, what are the times saying? Time are flying so fast. I can't even keep up with it. So, but I'm gonna keep on until I'm done with this. That's for sure, because I'm not missing that much on it. So on this row. And it's when I talk with people who are quite new to diamond painting, and they're like, oh, and how can you make it fit so well, and all that. And I'm like, you know what, just give it to someone who don't know what diamond painting is, because they don't know how it should look like. you know um, I know from myself that I want it to be perfect. So it's not like I don't know the feeling or the thought process in it, but I also know when, for instance, the picture Simple Prowess I just gave to my workplace, I can find 10, maybe 20 different things I think I should have done better, or I should have was not placed correct, or well enough, or but no one has said anything about that has seen the picture. Everyone was like, oh, that's beautiful, and oh, amazing, and it must have been hard doing that. And I'm like, I said to one of my coworkers, I said, well, it's in one of these cases where you can enjoy the fruit of something that actually looks harder to do than it is. But so just rest assured, when you do things like this and you give it to people in as a present and things like that, they will appreciate it no matter what, because they know you've done your best. And with these, it does it's not that big of a work effort for it to look really, really amazing. That's how I see it anyway. So if you're new to diamond painting, don't worry. First of all, it will get better. The more you diamond paint, the better your placement will be. But even though, if you give someone the picture you're working on now, they will still appreciate it just because you did it. And that's just how it is. Um, it's just sometimes we are our own worst critics, and we need to forget that, because when we do work with things like this, it's a process, it's a living thing, and You will, as I said, you will get there. It's not gonna, it's not getting worse as you work with it. It's getting better and better. I mean, I didn't either multiplace. I didn't place at all like back in when I started as I do today. That's for sure. Um, and I, as you see, still make mistakes and goof around with the drills and stuff like that. So it's not like, even though you have been doing it for a while, it's still not, you still do things, strange things sometimes. I like to, when I have a picture where the A-B drills are so much in the same place, same area here. When I'm done with the picture, I do take like a cloth like this. It's one you clean your glasses in, and I polish the AB drills and the crystals just to. I don't put anything cleaning things in. It's a dry cloth, but I use it just to remove your own greasy fingers and that. The picture I'm working on right now is for my brother. It's my first big one. I did some small birthday cards before this one. Yeah. And you know what? Your brother will appreciate it so much. He will, no matter how many mistakes you might find on it, he won't see it. He will just know that you made that for him and he will appreciate it just because you made it. And the funny thing is, you would have it, we would have it the same way if it would, the tables were turned. If someone knit something for me or crochet something for me or did a diamond painting for me, I would never be like, okay, you missed something there, or why did you do that, or I would just appreciate the present and the effort the person had done to make this for me. Um, but as I say, you're your own worst critics, and sometimes we can be really hard on ourselves, I think. So what are you doing? What is it you're making for your brother? And if you don't know, yeah, hard on ourselves the most. It's why I have a frogging problem. Yeah, there are two wolves with northern lights and a full moon and some rocks. Oh, I think I know which one you mean. I was just gonna find the picture. Oops, sorry. Um, that was a mistake. Hey, don't take away my music. I'm gonna put it up there. So this is the one I'm talking about. Let's see. That's called Steampunk Paris, and I made that for my office. Oh, you do? That's impressive. I think I know which one you're talking about. But it might be someone else. It might be another one. But I do think I know which one it is. I think I've seen it somewhere. I can't really I can't really place where precisely I've seen it, but it does say something for me. And let's see. So this is where it's on the wall at the office. Come on, focus. So I think it looks quite good actually. I just think it looks quite good. I just saw that I could see the. I think it's the Wow. Oh, I'm gonna check on that when I get in the office, or maybe it's a shine of something else. Okay, never mind. Uh oh, it was something else. It was another one I was thinking of, but it's a beautiful one too. How big is it? Okay, so it is the 30 by 40. Okay. Let me see if I can find that. If they still have it. Where's my scepter? Go away. Where is it? Oh, I think I know why I was thinking on another one, because I think it was this one I was thinking of. And the reason why I thought of that is because I did that myself. So, so yeah. Okay, let's get on. Hey, Benj, welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, join the party. But we're still here. We're gonna be here for a while. Yeah, cause I wanna finish this corner here, cause then I am done with the whole row. So I'm gonna be here for a while. For how long ever it's gonna take. So welcome in, and did you have a good date night? Did you do something, or were you just hanging out and watching telly, or eating some amazing food? Usually you are eating something really amazing. You missed out on the experience of seeing Ulla be the snappy cleaner. We had a someone who was trying to sell things in here, you know. So so Ulla was showing the person the door like immediately. I was like, Maud, please do something, and she did, and I mean, she was snap, snap. Steela was like, okay. She is getting good at that. I think she's got a bit of taste of it, you know. It's like, ooh, that's kind of funny, this one. I can do things. Yeah, lots of walls with moon options. So gorgeous. See, like it is a very popular theme. The one with the wolves and the moon. Yeah, all tangled up in my cable blanket. I'm working on. It's just because you keep frogging that table. You just need to do something instead of frogging all the time. Ula enjoys showing people the door. She is feeling the power of the mud. The drills you're using, the stones you're using, apple cheeks, are they round or are they square? Um, I I couldn't really just deduct that from the link. I couldn't get it. I could get it translated into English, but it was easier to just ask you, I think. So, Pia, focus. Get back. Get back. I was actually thinking that it's a bit sad that because I get the drops whenever I watch the stream, Miss Coffee streams to Palia, but I don't play Palia. So it's like if I could give someone the drops, that would be, you know, useful for me. But someone would might explore that too, you know, in the bad way, probably. I have been my time in. Oh, you've been playing in Sand. What? Sandrock. What is that? Bench. Please, please, details. Tell me, like, you know. I don't know what you're talking about. You know, I'm not that much into games. It's a cozy game like Paria. Oh, it's a PC game for PC computers, or what is the platform for it? Okay. I actually played a lot of PlayStation today. I wanted to go shop, but it was so cold and rainy today, so it's like I'm gonna stay home. So instead of and my diamond painting were in my stream room, and I didn't want to do cross stitch, and so while my machines were doing my laundries, I was like, maybe I should just take and do a bit of PlayStation. Oh, maybe I should look into that too. Sandrock. But I got a bit further in the game I'm playing. So so that was actually because I finally got, you know, sometimes I think also it's a bit a matter of having the time and quietness and just feel for it. And I've been doing a lot of daily tasks just to get the characters to be high enough in the level, so I'm like not dying all the time because that really pisses me off. So yeah, I'm not good at gaming. Just let's just say that it's not necessarily relaxing for me to game. It's funny sometimes, but sometimes when things are not going my way, I have two choices. I can either try again and be pissed that I'm dying again, or I can just give up and do it another day. so so usually I will just be giving up and trying another day. Um, but yeah, so I was quite pleased with I got a bit more further in the story of the game. So it looks cozy. I really enjoyed unpacking. Okay. Well, I think I don't know. You know, usually I would be like, I think I'm gonna play Paria if I get a computer, but as it is now, I'm getting a computer. When I get a computer, Paria will be long gone and replaced by something else. But hey, then I can be a part of that hype. E. It sounds like a lame game, but it has a really nice story and it's super creative because you have to place all the stuff nicely. Unpacking is cozy. Okay, well, maybe I should check it out. Maybe one should check it out. But then again, I have OCD. Yeah, we know. Well, no matter what your diagnosis, I think different games satisfy different centers in your brain. So it's just a matter of finding the right game. I don't chaos in person, but loved it as well. No. So it actually accommodate more than one sort of brain. That's good. That's good. That's absolutely a plus size, that a good side of a game, that it can accommodate more than one sort of person. Kind of have to, don't they? What was it you called it? Sandrock. Now I play Power Wash. It sounds like a lame game, and it's a lame game. Well, sometimes things are just what they seem to be. Oh, yeah. And that is nice too. That there can be a lot of safety and security, then those things are just exactly what they seem to be. But that's what I really like about having being a part of community like this, is um, that for instance I can just avoid buying or using energy on that game because that is lame, like that. It's sometimes so hard to get into the corners or in the high place. Okay. But it's also fun and relaxing. House Flipper 2 is fun. Oh, sounds nice. It's sometimes so hard. Yeah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, when I don't play Genshin, I play that's what I call it. Jesus, I can't even remember what it's called now when I'm playing. Oh, never mind. It will come. But I like, having more than one choice to do. So my husband is playing farming simulator on the PlayStation. But I think actually it's one of the best Christmas presents I've bought to him in the longest time. I don't have my own console. I play at my friend's house. Oh, okay. But it has been a bit of a learning curve, I think, for me to start playing PlayStation with the whole controller and all that. When I see how the kids are handling them versus my way of handling them, it's like I feel a bit like, outplayed. But they're more or less born with it in their hands. But I do like playing games. I prefer games that on the PlayStation that are not where I can, like a bit like Palia, but a game where you can run around, solve some tasks or some quests, but they not in time. I need it to be like I can solve them within my pace, and because if I need to, the one I play, there are challenges that is within some kind of time challenges, and I'm like, I get so stressed out doing those, and I get so pissed off when I fail, and I do fail more than I succeed on those. So because I'm not that quick, to change around on things and on the different characters, it's like a team. You have like a team of 4 characters you can switch between, but you have to switch, and they're like not available at the same time. So, but so that's bit of a. I'm trying to figure out how I can do it without me getting all, you know, almost throw the PlayStation out of the window. I did that. Now I didn't do it, but I almost did it with my computer earlier this year. It was very close, not my own, but my working computer was very close on learning how to fly out of the window without the window getting open first. So, for me, computers and cars and things like that, tablets, phones, they just need to work. I don't need to know why and how. They just need to work. That's it. And when they don't, I get so impatient. I can have like patience with human beings, with people, but machines, nope, nope, nope. I can just, just like barely, I can just tolerate it if I know, for instance, with a copy machine, and I know why it gets the error code or something, or don't want to print or whatever. It's like, okay, I know I'm going to do this and then it's going to solve the issue. But if I'm out in something where I can't, troubleshoot me through it, I'm going to go in red mode almost immediately. So, for the most part, I have been working places where all that kind of things were in a service contract, so you could just call someone who would come and fix the things for you. I remember where I was when I was a very young apprentice at the office. Right, just work machine. I won't say I haven't smacked on one before. It didn't make it work. It didn't. Really. um, our phones didn't work, and more precisely, one of the secretary had like a it was back in the days, okay, but like a board where she could put phones through to other people. And she was not there. So, and she came in later, I think. And they just didn't work. So we called on one of the technicians we had a contract with, could come and fix it. And what he did was that he bent over under the table and plugged in something and then switched it on, and then everything worked and said, have a good day. I'm like, that was not very embarrassing. Never mind. We're gonna check that next time before we call for help, okay? Printers, they smell fear and deadlines. Yeah. For real. For real, Apple Chicks. You are so spot on. You are so spot on. That is, they can be printing a whole ass day, and just because you need to print something out just before you need to leave, it will for sure be like full stop, full hold. Everything will be smashed up inside. And you will be like, oh no, god damn it. Yeah. So that is a truth. That is a truth. So that is why I really, a lot of the time, if I do have, for instance, things I need to print, or I will be needing at one point, or maybe will be needing at one point, I will be printing them a day where, I have all the time and it can do as it wants to, because then it usually will have no problem about it. So yeah, so it is actually a real thing. And it's like the bigger the machine is, the more it's actually capable of, the more it will break down. It's like I only ask it to print one piece of paper and now it's stuck inside. I gave you one task. One task. Oh god. I think those printers has traumatized several secretaries and other office people, to be honest. And we're gonna have that one. So I'm getting really close, and I'm just gonna be a bit quiet and just, get this done, because I'm working up against some time, I can see. What I can do in the meantime while I do work on these last colors here is that do a bit of a recap and what's up for next, and just in general what's going on. Um, so I am back Sunday, and of course all of you are more than welcome, whether you are watching this on VOD or you're here. You are more than welcome to stop by Sunday. I am here for 3 o'clock for Danish people, and the only reason why I say it's for Danish people is because I will be speaking Danish for an hour. So everyone is more than welcome. It's just that you might not get that much out of it, depending where you're from. So, but from 4 o'clock, I am speaking English and I'm back in usual mode. And um, I think it's most likely I'm gonna work on this one. But I'm either gonna work on this one or I'm gonna do cross stitch because I really, I feel a bit bad about I haven't been touching this cross stitch for the longest time. I was in a really good rhythm where I did do a bit every evening before dinner. But I kind of came out of that and I haven't been touching it for a while. So I need to get back into that groove again. I feel like. Um, I was thinking of, just because I am a bit impatient, I want to start on the Chris Ortega picture. So I was thinking of maybe I could just do a teeny tiny bit Sunday, but then I'm like, no, no, no. So if I'm gonna do diamond painting, it's gonna be either diamond painting or it's gonna be cross stitch. So if I'm gonna do diamond painting, it's gonna be this picture or it's gonna be the cross stitch conversion. So it's either gonna be dragon or it's gonna be Mulan. Either or, it's gonna be from. I don't know if I'm gonna work with that in the hour I speak Danish. I might be doing something completely different because it's just an hour. And sometimes I really enjoy just do something completely different with the Danish followers. It's usually girls stopping by. So um, and I really want to, finish this. It could be really, really nice if I could finish this before I hit May 1st. But I have had a bit of an unpredictable body. I have had some problems with my knees, and so some days are just better than others. And I've had some bad days, and I am working still, so it is what it is. I'm trying to listen very hard to my body and my what I want to do and not want to do, because I am afraid of burning out on the diamond painting, just because I put like a bit of a hard goal for me that I want to do, as many diamond paintings this year so I can get my stash down in an amount that I can that is not scaring the living daylight out of my husband. um, and it's not like I have a lot, but I do have a stash, and I can. It is actually I'm actually capable of doing, if I do one or two pictures a month, I can minimize it to half size or something, maybe even more. Let's see. So if I do finish this before May 1st, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kit up for the Rental Spankler Spring Showers, which is a smaller one. And it's just, I love Rental Spangler, and he's always to me something with happy colors, and cute dragons, and you know, so I always get really in a good mood working with his pictures. And that's one of the reasons why I keep coming back to those. So, but we will see what it gets, what it all ends up with. I do want to do I have one more picture of Anne Stokes and dragons in my stash, and it is a mystery picture, and I know that it's a big, first of all, it's a big picture, and I know that it does have a lot of color blocking, and as I recall, a lot of black too. So I think I'm gonna do it in between at the fall, from, I think it's from when I'm done with jingle drills. I have about a month before we, 3 or 4 weeks before we hit, or we reach the Christmas theme. So, because I'm part of 3 events this year. I'm taking part of some of the masters, which has been the plan all the time, and I am taking part of Jingle Draws, which I have been, no, Dress and Chills, which I have been part of the last, this is number 3, year 3, yeah. And then I am part of Jingle Drills, which also is the 3rd year I'm part of that. So, and I really enjoy those. Some of the masters are the first time I'm gonna be part of it, and I like it because it's not something where you need to be finished, and you can, if you have one you have started last year, you can also like start, be a part of the whole giveaway and all that, even though you're starting on a or continuing on a picture. So it's not like you have to start from scratch, which you will have to do, or which have been a part of the condition for dress and chills, for instance, the past couple of years. So so it's not necessarily a new one, but it is for me. And I think I have 2 months to finish it, and that should be more than enough. What I think I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do like 1 month, the first month, I'm gonna do that, only that picture, and then in month 2, I'm gonna do that, and then a smaller one in the Streamwise. Maybe I'm gonna do a couple of small. I have a couple of snack size that I think I could do like the whole over the 3 streams I have. So that is what I could do there. So I have a bit of different approaches I can take. But for now I'm gonna do this one. It's gonna be finished. Then I'm gonna do May 1st. I'm gonna start on Chrysatica. If I finish this before May 1st, I'm gonna kit up and start the Red Spangler. If not, I'm just gonna finish doing this, and while I start the other one. The way I do it, if you're new to my channel, the way I do it is that I work on one picture when I stream, and then the other picture I work on off stream, and sometimes I switch things around depending on how it goes and everything. So that's how I work with 2 pictures in one movement, so to speak. And then because they are different in size and difficulties and all that, one of them I will be closer to a finish faster than the other one, and the ones I am, well, it's like, oh, this is so soon finished, or this is sooner finished than the other one. I will be like giving that all the time, and then do the other one afterwards. And for the most part, it is more like a gliding transition between the pictures. Um, so people often ask me how I work so fast. I don't feel like I work fast, but I do know that some of my pictures have been even taking me by surprise. And I think because sometimes you can be surprised by how the structure is, that there might be more color blocking or more confetti than you thought there would be, and either will it give you more time or it will take more time from you. Okay, so I actually finished this, and I'm just gonna check if I have enough of the now I've got enough of these. This is going there because I'm kind of missing one. Okay, missing one. So I'm just gonna lift this. I'm gonna move this. Some extras in here at some point. Yep. So I'm just going to use these. So let's see. 4. If we're going to use 4, 5, 4 more here. So I think I'm gonna, instead of, usually I will just leave the plastic here. Plastic cover, I will leave it on, but when I get to this last part of the picture, I'm actually gonna I am gonna remove everything and put cover paper for the last part. It does two things for me. First of all, the plastic will kind of be in the way when I work on the picture, and two, it indicates to me mentally wise that I am at a place where I soon will be finished. So in that way, in that sense, it does make a difference for me. So today you will be part of that process too. I need to take this with me. And it's not that, I don't do this very often on stream, so because usually it would be something I won't be finished in time during stream, so I will be doing it off stream, you know, so now I'll be part of that too. So you can see how I do that. So like this, I'm just going to switch this on. Just gonna move this up a bit. So. I think, yeah, that's what I thought. They're not big enough. I'll turn it that way, so I need twice, I think. Let's see if we have enough. I think we do. I think we do. So we're gonna do it the other way around. And I actually do use a bit of time to get these placed in a good way, and that is because then I don't have to move things around when I get to it. And this is just out of experience, so trying everything. So it's a completely personal thing. It's not something that is like necessarily something that is I think everyone is doing or anything. I think it's just something to do how my brain is working, to be honest. I just know that I feel like it's I'm more at ease if things sit tight and nice and tight, and I don't accidentally do one line more than in one section than in another section, and it looks like it's crooked or something. So, but it has nothing to do with how the final result's gonna be. Hello, baby. Did you be all yourself? Was you all alone now? All of a sudden? Where are you? Were you all alone, honey? Well, you will have to wait a bit, okay? I know you're not that much into waiting. No, I know that. I know that. But I'm almost done here. I'm almost done here. Yeah, I'm almost done here. So, good, Victor. Yeah. Good dog. So, yeah, good boy. What I'm doing is I am putting cover paper on, and these are replacing the plastic that would be on normally. And it's just because the plastic, if I leave it on, usually I would do like this. So there would be cover paper in 2 rows, and then cover paper. Hang on. Let's get back to Madame. There will be cover paper on this row and on this row. So on this row and on this row, and this would normally be plastic if it was in the beginning of the picture, for instance. But now, because it's at the end of the picture, I'm putting cover paper on this row too. And the reason why I move the cover paper from top to the next row is, first of all, because I'm a bit crazy. I'm a nightmare human, like Miss Coffee would say. No, it's because sometimes I have, depending on the quality of the cover paper, I've actually experienced that it can be stuck a bit if they sit too long on the canvas. It's not much, and it's probably just a bad example or a bad sample of it. But I'm, on the other hand, I don't mind moving them. I think it also could be some of them that are a bit old, so they tend to be a bit like this one. I think I need to throw those out when I'm done with them. I have enough on stash, so it's not like I don't have anyone else. I think I need to throw these out when I'm done with them, because it's some of the old ones I have in here just for emergencies like today. So what you see now, this is how it's gonna be. When I start working on this tomorrow, I will be starting in this side and I will be working across. Sunday you will see me again, hopefully, and I will be somewhere in here. So next week I will be working on these 2 rows. So that's why I say I might be done before Wednesday next week, but it's gonna be a close call anyway. So I might be just doing the last things when we see each other Thursday, Friday next week. I might be already done and you will see the finished result. What I like about this is I am so far now, so you actually will have a good view or idea of how the whole picture is looking. The only thing you can't see now is just the egg almost. I was almost gonna say just the egg. So if you put a bit more light behind it, you will see she's holding an egg here, and so, but there's still a lot of color blocking when I look at it. So I think that if I have the energy and all that for tomorrow, I will actually could do more or less at least half of it tomorrow and half of it Sunday. And that means that I can do half of Monday, half of it Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So it's gonna be in that area, I think, So that's why I say Wednesday I could be finished it, or I could be finished Thursday. Wednesday is gonna be a long day for me because I am going into town to work, so I'm not doing as much there. So it might be that I'm just doing the last part of it Thursday on stream. So, but that's okay too. Because I am also planning on starting the other one on stream, just so you can see and be a part of that. When I start, not just when I kit up and prepare for a new one, but also when I do start a new one. So, and just want to share with you, some of you are still lurking in the background, one of the other ones. This is one from Oaloa, which is a French-Canadian company, and this is, I call it Korean Girl. It's actually, the title is in French and is referring to the bird, but I like it. The reason why I bought it was because it is, she's wearing a Korean national dress. So the silicone things is sticky mats, and I use them partly to help keeping the plastic in place, and partly as holding the trays, because my surface is tilted. So both here and where this is my second workstation. So I do, a handbag, So I do have another one where I have a one light pack, and that one is a drawing table. So it is a little bit more tilted. This I can show you what I've done here. So I like to have a surface that where I work on that is not like I am hunched over it, but it's more raised up against me. So what I did in here, because I wanted some kind of solution where I could use, show how you can, do something like this that could be done to a fairly price. The light pad I'm working on is an A2. Underneath is just something, so it's not going to slide off. Then I have like a board that is a 60 by 80 centimeter board, wooden board. And then I have, under that, I have just a long box that has been a diamond painting in, to just raise it as much as high as this box is. That is how much I'm gonna raise it. So I'm just put it under the box, on top of the box, so it will get a surface that is like tilted. But when you are working on a surface like that or a board like that, things you put on it will have like a, they will slide off because they are like laying on a surface that is tilted. So the sticky mat is to prevent it to go anywhere. It's not something everyone likes, these sticky mats. But it is something you can put your tray on and it would actually stay there. So it's they are quite good at keeping the tray whole. It can be a little bit of a balance to find because they can be a bit hard to get off again. So that's why my solution to that problem, because it can be a problem, is I'm putting this cloth like the other one for cleaning glasses. I put that on, and sometimes I'm just gonna put it like here in the middle. So I will have like, because this will hold on the tray too. So, but I will keep it half on the sticky part, and then it will be easier for me to take it off. Okay? So, that was the sticky mats. So that's what I use those for. And I buy them from Wish, like, cheap. And I wash them in warm water. It doesn't have to be cold. You just wash them in warm water and with no soap or anything. I'm just gonna, wash them like you wash clothes when you do like this. And you can like peel most of things off, and most of it is just dust, And then when you buy them, they will be put in between two pieces of plastic. So those I save. And sometimes I wash them just because I put them between the plastic when they're dirty too. So it kind of be a logic thing. So they're quite easy to keep or to get clean again. I would say they will last from when I just freshly washed and they're clean. I will have them for about 3 weeks before they are so dusty that they will not take into keep anything safe anymore. And then I will put them between two plastic, and I have enough to be, I can work on 2 pictures and still have something going on. So but then I will have a good bunch of them, and I'm gonna wash them and do it all over again. So it's for me it works, but I know people, it's not everyone that likes them. So yeah, I think that's it for today, folks. I am. You're so welcome. Thank you for answering. I've got to go to bed, and I have to go to bed too. So as we are in the same, I guess we're in the same time zone. So it is midnight, and it's past midnight. It's way past midnight. It's way past my bedtime. So all of you, I will jump out of here. One day, I think Sunday. I think Sunday I'm gonna try and raid out, but today I'm just gonna jump out today. I'm really not good at rating, but I also think because most of the time I am like streaming when others are not. so so it's a bit of a and on my network is not that big, but I will be someday I will be rating. And I think I'm gonna look into it Sunday, because Sunday it's not like in the middle of the night for me, and I'm a bit more fresh. The other times I've been trying, it's been all up in chaos. So I would prefer not to do it that way. So, but you guys, thank you for the raid. Thank you for you stopping by. Thank you for staying here and be part of the stream, be lurking in the background, being part of my journey with this picture. Um, be patient about my language. I appreciate you all. I know I'm gonna see some of you tomorrow morning. So we will be seeing each other there. The rest of you, take care, stay safe out there, and we will hopefully maybe see each other on Sunday. Take care. Bye.